Good afternoon, everyone. We'll say at the outset, we truly appreciate your patience with us and the schedule for today. As you know, yesterday was a snow day, and then today we had a late start out of deference for safety for everyone. So we do appreciate all of the patience that you've displayed today. We are here at Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. We're going to get started. We are going to go in the exact order that is on the printed agenda. And to get us started, we're going to do some introductions, and I'll look to find representative on my far right.
Representative Mark Cooper from part of Wyndham, District 107.
Representative Dean Cray, I represent District 69, which is Palmyra, Heartland, St. Albans, Canaan, and Detroit.
Representative Steve Bunker, District 75, Farmington and Chesterville.
Good afternoon, Senator Black, representing Senate District 5, 44 towns and 3 counties, Northern Kennebec County, Southern Franklin County, and most of Somerset County.
Good afternoon. I am Representative Tim Jarrett, and I represent District 4, which is Caribou, Washburn, and Wade.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm Jim Dill. I represent House District 26, which is Old Town, Bradley, and Penobscot Nation Voting District.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Allison Hepler, and I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, and West Bath.
And I am Bill Pluker. I'm the House Chair of this committee, and I represent Warren, Hope, and Union. Thank you so much for being with us and being patient with us as we get off to a late start.
And I want to introduce our committee clerk. We want to thank her for joining us at this point in the session, Ashley Malsbury, and our distinguished committee analyst, Karen Nadu. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I will be presiding over our first public hearing today of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. The purpose of this hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that is pending before this committee. The committee will hear testimony from persons present who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the bills to be heard today. With leave of the chair, committee members may ask clarifying questions of any person testifying today. Other questions are not permitted. Whether or not you testify, you may submit written testimony to the committee. Please be mindful that testimony is public and is available to all once it has been presented. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Members of this committee, I will thank you for your introductions and a few more important items. First, if you are in the room here with us, please mute the audio and microphone on your electronic devices, including members sitting here at the Horseshoe. This will prevent any audio disruptions both in the room and online. Second, for those of you who are joining us on Zoom, and we do have 1 or 2 folks, if the name you use to sign into Zoom is not the same as the name you use on the legislature's website to identify yourself, it may be difficult for us to do so. So when it is your turn to testify, please make sure that the names match. We will not close the hearing until we've given everyone on Zoom an opportunity to testify. For today's hearing, we will be taking testimony from people in the room and those who have registered to testify electronically. Pursuant to committee rules, this committee will give members of the public priority when we take testimony. Only the sponsor and co-sponsor of the bill will be recognized before members of the public. We will take testimony in the following order: those speaking in favor of the bill, those speaking in opposition, and those speaking either for or against, but who wish to offer additional information to the committee. If you are in the room and plan to testify, please provide 20 copies to our clerk. Testimony submitted electronically through the legislature's testimony portals available by clicking onto the committee materials links on this committee's webpage. Concept draft amendments, which we're not talking about today, are also available via this link. When you are called upon, I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. When you introduce yourself, please be sure to indicate how you would like members to refer to you and address you, including, if you wish, your title and pronouns. So once again, I'll just remind you to make sure that your electronic devices are on silenced. And I will now open up the public hearing on LD 1054. It's an act to authorize the Penobscot Nation to use wild game harvested on the Penobscot Indian Territory at food venues located within the Penobscot Indian Territory. We are joined by the bill sponsor, Representative Dill, and you may start whenever you are ready.
Thank you.
Representative Bill, I'm going to pause for just one moment
Sure.
and allow the representative to get comfortable.
Identify yourself.
And then ask the good representative, she will introduce herself.
Hi, all. Sorry, a little tardy here. Sharon Frost, District 58, 6 lovely towns, Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, New Sharon, and Vienna.
Nice. Representative Dill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dill, the microphone, we'll get it turned on.
I thought it was on.
Thank you.
I turned it off probably. All right. Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I am Representative Jim Dill, House District 26, Old Town Bradley, and Penobscot Nation Voting District. I'm here today to present LD 1054. Now, this bill has taken an interesting route to get here. It started out as an act to authorize the Penobscot Nation to use wild game harvested on the Penobscot Indian Territory at food venues located within the Penobscot Indian Territory. And it was referred to IF&W. In IF&W, when it got there, we completely changed the bill. And the reason it was switched was the Penobscot Nation no longer wanted the original bill that I had presented, but we had another bill that the Wabanaki wanted, so we switched them out. So attached, you have the new bill amendment. So first, it should be renamed. If I can find it here. You have the amendment. It should be renamed an act to amend certain definitions in the laws governing conservation easements. And it's really just two simple changes to it, which I'll get to in a minute. But first, let me give you just a little background and history. The Maine Coast Heritage Trust and members of land conservation community under a group called First Light have been working with the Wabanaki Nations in Maine to return land, access, and caretaking responsibility to traditional lands and resources. One small piece of this effort was identified by Maine Coast Heritage Trust, supported by the Wabanaki Alliance and the Wabanaki Commission on Land and Stewardship, is clarifying that federally recognized tribal governments in Maine have access to the same legal tools as land trusts and municipalities to care for Wabanaki lands, including culturally important sites. It's my understanding that these minor changes would provide more tools for the Wabanaki Nations to engage in land return, stewardship, and care throughout Wabanaki territory across the state of Maine. This proposed amendment to the Maine Conservation Easement Act would do two things that are meant to clarify rather than change the statute. And if you look under the amendment that I gave you, there's just basically two additions to the definition. Under number one, under conservation easement, you can see where it's underlined, and it says after or water quality or preserving the historical, architectural, archaeological, or aspects of real property. And then the second one is under a holder. And the sentence reads, a governmental body empowered to hold an interest in real property under the laws of the state or the United States. And the only addition is including federally recognized Indian tribes. Now, it may be implied there, but what this does, it just kind of codifies it in language. So those are the two minor changes. And so this amendment would completely replace the bill that we started with in IF&W, and that's why it's here. I'd be happy to try to respond to any questions, but I'm sure there's folks behind me that could much better explain the history or the questions that you may have.
We thank you, Representative Dill, for presenting this bill. I'll turn to my committee members to see if there are any questions. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the very last line, it says it should be passed as soon as possible. Is that imply an emergency?
Well, it's
enactor?
in this session, so
Okay,
yeah, it's
okay.
it's emergency. Now, if push comes to shove, if we thought that it may not get 2/3, certainly we'd be fine to remove the emergency preamble, which means it would go into effect, sometime later in the summer.
Other questions on this bill, clarifying questions for the sponsor? Representative Pluker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, you do want an emergency preamble on this?
At the moment, there's an emergency. I would defer that actually to Molly and Bryant when she gets up here.
Great.
On her opinion on that, whether it should be emergency or not.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, committee members? I'm not seeing any. We thank you very much for your time, Representative Dill. I will now call on people in the room to offer testimony, starting with those testifying in support of the bill. Please remember to state your name, place of residence, the organization you represent, if any, and let us know how you would like members to address you. If there's a sign-up sheet on the podium, please write your name and sign in. Thank you.
While she's signing in, can I say one thing?
Representative Dill.
Actually, there's not an emergency on this, even though it's an emergency session. So there's not an emergency already on it.
I was correct. Thank you for that clarity, because I couldn't find anywhere where this was an emergency bill just introduced during the emergency session. So welcome.
Hi, I'm glad that question was taken off my plate. Because I think when it was an emergency, we switched the language into this one, and this one is not. Good afternoon, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and members of the committee. My name is Molly and Bryant. I'm a Penobscot Nation tribal citizen, and I serve as the executive director of the Wabanaki Alliance. I present this testimony on behalf of the Wabanaki Alliance in support of LD 1054. We are thankful to Representative Dill, who is my representative as Penobscot Nation, and we thank everybody who has put in a lot of good hard work to get this bill together. It has been on a little bit of a journey, and we're happy to be here to support today. The Wabanaki Alliance was formed in 2020 by leaders of all the tribal nations in our homelands now called Maine. We advocate for tribal priorities, and we educate about the need for the restoration of the recognition of our inherent tribal sovereignty. We support this bill because self-determination and the struggles for the rights for our people have always had land as a central issue. The 1980 Maine Indian Land Claims Settlement Act exists as a result of the tribes and the federal government holding Maine to account for the taking of most of the state without ratification of the treaties. The issues of stewardship over lands, access to these lands, and protection and management of natural resources are ever present in all of the work that we do on tribal sovereignty. This bill speaks to access of land and how this access can enhance tribal cultural practices and identity while simultaneously protecting parcels of land and preserving sacred spaces. These two pieces of the amended version of the bill are important steps forward. By expanding the definition of conservation easement to include the preservation of history, architectural, archaeological, and cultural aspects, as well as including federally recognized tribes as potential holders of these easements, we make progress in the rights of Wabanaki people, and we all make progress on the health and well-being of the land herself. We thank our partners and the tribal leaders who have long championed the restoration of land access. We urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to take any questions. And I will just alert you to some testimony submitted by Dr. Darren Ranko, who is in charge of the Wabanaki Commission on Land Stewardship. So they were key central figures in the drafting of this bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I almost called you ambassador. Thank you, Molly. And do we have Professor Ranko's testimony? It is. Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions for Molly and Bryant by the committee? Yes, Representative Pluker.
So just to be clear, you don't have anything going on now that you would want this to go into effect earlier than this summer.
I mean, this could go into effect yesterday and we love it. The bill in this form, is a normal, regular bill.
Oh, and that's good.
We're okay with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Any others that would like to make a question to Molly and Bryant? We're not seeing any.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good to see you.
He's ready to get out of here.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, before you begin,
Sure.
one minor revision to the public hearing. We are going to start to run the 3-minute clock. Apologize that we didn't announce it earlier for the first
I need
member
a
of the
minute,
public
that's all.
to testify and yeah, please,
All right.
please go ahead, Mr. Romano.
Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Jeff Romano, testifying in support of this bill as amended on behalf of Maine Coast Heritage Trust, Caitlin Nuzzo of the Nature Conservancy, and more than 20 other land conservation organizations listed on the back of the testimony. As you heard earlier, in recent years, Maine's land conservation community has been working with the Wabanaki on projects to return land, access, and stewardship responsibility to traditional places and resources. Through this collaboration, we have identified this need to clarify the existing conservation easement law, make it clearer that federally recognized tribal governments have access to the same legal tools as land trusts and municipalities to care for lands, including culturally important sites. These changes, although minor, will provide additional tools. We encourage the committee to support these small but important additions to Maine's conservation easement law, and that was 50 seconds. Happy to answer any questions.
Oh, we thank you, Mr. Romano. Any questions for the Nature oh, you're on Maine Coast Heritage Trust.
Correct.
Maine Coast Heritage. Yeah, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't, it seems kind of obvious to me, that preserving historical, architectural, archaeological, or cultural aspects of real property would be part of conservation easements in general. Do you know enough about how these work and?
Yeah, so basically what this bill is doing is taking that clause that exists under the current law under the definition of a conservation easement holder and just moves it into the definition of a conservation easement. So it's kind of a little bit implied in the current law, but this just clarifies that. Yep.
Any other questions? We're not seeing any. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time and for being here today.
Good afternoon, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Sam Zuckerman. I'm the policy coordinator of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. I'm here today on behalf of the Commission's Policy Committee to testify in support of LD 1054 as amended, an act to amend certain definitions in the laws governing conservation easements. The Permanent Commission strongly supports legislation that recognizes the inherent rights of Wabanaki nations. This includes any bill that returns stewardship of lands and waters to the tribes. Most importantly, though, is the fact that this is legislation that the tribes are asking for. The tribes are the experts on their own needs, and the legislature should listen to them when they say what will and will not be most beneficial to their communities. The land that the state of Maine currently occupies was not empty when European colonists first arrived. It was stolen through violence and treaties where there was a fundamental difference in understanding around what ownership of land means. This is a wrong that can never be fully rectified, but that doesn't mean that nothing can be done to try. Returning land to the tribes and engaging in co-stewardship between the tribes and the state government are important steps towards making amends for these past wrongs that the state continues to benefit from. It will ensure that the tribes receive the benefits that come along with having access to and stewardship over the lands and its resources. Information about the experiences of tribes outside of Maine indicates that when tribes' rights to manage land and resources are recognized, those tribes are better able to meet social, economic, and environmental goals of sustainable land and waterway management. And while allowing the Wabanaki nations to hold conservation easements is not a substitute for full land return, it is a step towards a relationship of co-stewardship between the tribes and the state government, which is important progress to make. Thank you for your time and attention. We urge you to listen to the tribes and pass this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you kindly. Any questions at all from committee members? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Others who are here to testify in support of LD 1054?
Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, members of the ACF committee. My name is Francesca Gundrum, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for Maine Audubon, which is the state's oldest and largest wildlife conservation organization. And I'm here to testify in support of LD 1054 on behalf of our 30,000 members, supporters, and volunteers. Wabanaki people have lived in this place we now call Maine for millennia, with an understanding of and connection to natural resources far deeper than ours today. Their stewardship was interrupted by the colonization of these lands, which resulted in the Wabanaki nations losing 98% of their population and access to most of the lands, waters, and wildlife that they have lived in relationship with for thousands of years. It is past time to help restore the inherent power and rights of the Wabanaki nations to make decisions that affect their lands, waters, and communities. So without question, Wabanaki tribes should absolutely have the right to hold conservation easements, and ensuring that Wabanaki tribes have access to the same legal tools as towns and nonprofits to care for culturally significant and other land types is critical. So thank you so much for your time, and we encourage the committee to support this legislation.
Thank you very much. Any questions, committee members? I am not seeing any. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time and for your testimony today.
Good afternoon, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and members of the Agriculture Conservation Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Legislative Director for Maine Conservation Voters. MCV is a statewide nonprofit organization with 13,000 members and supporters, building a just, thriving future for all by acting on the climate crisis, protecting the environment, and safeguarding our democracy. And I'm here to testify in support of LD 1054. I'm not going to read all of my testimony, but just would hit that Maine has long been a national leader in land conservation. Through the work of many local and regional partners, conservation easements have protected land, thousands of acres of working forest, farms, wetlands, and shorelands. These tools have preserved public access, safeguarded wildlife habitat, and sustained Maine's natural resource economy. LD 1054 would just expand the definition of holder in Conservation Easement Act to include federally recognized Indian tribes, which would enhance opportunities for the Wabanaki nations to access the same legal tools as land trust and municipalities, allowing them to better care for the Wabanaki lands and culturally important sites. This change does not weaken existing conservation standards, and it does not reduce environmental protections or open the door to development. Rather, it clarifies that conservation can include the protection of archaeological sites, traditional cultural properties, and other features that reflect Maine's diversities. And I would just echo what was said by Maine Audubon and MITAC that we should listen to the Wabanaki people when they tell us what they need to preserve their heritage and their lands. And then therefore, we urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1054.
Thank you very much, Ms. Woodbury. Any questions? We're not seeing any. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time for being here today. 1054. There are others in the room. We'd like to testify in support of LD 1054. If you could make your way to the podium. We are not seeing any. It does say that we do have a couple of people, two folks online. Oh, well, one. Miss Molly was here. Yep. So James Mayo.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for being here. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is James Mile. I'm a policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1054 with the sponsor's proposed amendment. MECP supports this because we believe that as the original stewards of the land now called Maine, the Wabanaki nations are best equipped to care for it. What's more, Indigenous land stewardship can bring important economic benefits to all of us. In MECP's recent report, Sovereignty Starts Here, Land, Economy and Tribal Rights in Maine, we examined both the moral and economic case for Wabanaki land ownership and stewardship. In the report, we recommended empowering the Wabanaki nations to hold land conservation easements as proposed in the amendment to LD 1054. Centuries of colonialism, coercive threats, and sometimes outright theft left the Wabanaki nations confined to a tiny fraction of their traditional homelands. Our report shows how the state of Maine profited to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars from this appropriation of land between 1820 and 1980 through land sales, timber harvesting, property taxes, and other means. Meanwhile, poverty among Indigenous people in Maine is more than 2.5 times as high as it is for white non-Hispanic Mainers. The acquisition of millions of acres of Wabanaki land made Mainers rich and impoverished the Wabanaki people. Our report also shows that reversing this pattern, returning ownership and control of land to the Wabanaki can benefit all of us, in addition to righting an historic wrong. States which have taken this approach have seen higher rates of economic growth and improved outcomes for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people alike. The ability of the Wabanaki nations to hold conservation easements and the expanded scope of these easements under the bill would be an important part of achieving that goal. Some 95% of the state of Maine is owned by private landowners, so the ability of these landowners to partner with the Wabanaki nations to conserve their traditional homelands is important. Models of co-stewardship in which Indigenous people work with non-Indigenous landowners to practice traditional methods of conservation are increasingly popular and successful across the country. Expanding the definition of conservation as proposed in the amendment respects the thousands of years of experience that the Wabanaki people bring to conservation in all its forms. Indigenous people across the country have successfully used natural resource management, cultural tourism, and other outdoor recreation to boost local economies for the benefit of everyone. MECP believes that the bill will be an important step in recognizing the Wabanaki Nation's historic claim to the land we now call Maine, as well as of strengthening our economy for everyone who lives here. So I urge you to vote or to pass, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Thank you for your work at the Center for Economic Policy. Any questions for James Mayo? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for being here, taking the time to present your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone, last call for anyone else in the room who is here to testify in support of LD 1054? Not seeing any. We will now shift our attention to anyone in the room who is in opposition to this bill. Seeing none, I believe we have someone online. He's not there. We'll call for anyone in the room who is here to speak neither for nor against. Not seeing any and knowing there's no one online. Last call. Anyone want to speak about this bill at all? I am seeing none. We will close out the public hearing on LD 1054. Bill was asking if you want to work session on this bill. Are you prepared to have a block?
You want it? You're going to vote with your seatmate?
Representative Fluker.
I move that we go into work session on LD 1054.
Been moved and probably second that we go right into work session on LD 1054. Am I seeing any objections to moving forward in that manner? I'll look at our committee clerk. And we're going to go right into work session on LD 1054. We will turn to our analysts first. And if you could just introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen Netto with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. I have no issues to raise. I did work with Representative Dill on drafting the amendment, so obviously I don't see any issues. And of course, exactly. But having said that, as always, we go through any committee amendments are reviewed by reviewers within my office. So if something does come up that raises an issue, I would certainly let you know that at language review. So
Appreciate that lengthy analysis of where we're at. The bill has traveled more than what the language suggests. Committee members, it's our opportunity to discuss this bill. Yes, Representative Cooper.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on one of our handouts. It's towards the back. It says Title 33 Property, Chapter 7 Conveyance of Real Estate. Goes through the section in the amendment, says holder. And at the bottom of that is Section 3. Section 2 is holder, Section 3 is real property. And it says real property includes without limitation surface waters. Yeah, I'd like some explanation and definition.
Representative Dill.
I think that's already in the law. That's current law. That's not changing that at all. That is current law.
Representative Cooper, just for a little bit of clarity so that everyone is at the same place. You're looking at the amendment and it says Section 2 holder, and then there's an A and a B. A and B.
No, I'm looking on the sheet in our handouts, the back of the, says Title 33 property at the top.
Thank you so much.
if I may, Madam Chair, I think this was from materials that were handed out at the public hearing work session at an IF&W committee. So it might have been an earlier iteration of the amendment.
Because there is no
before-
longer that section that's referenced in the amendment.
Right. That was just included. It's current law, and in the version that I prepared for Representative Dill, that's why you're not seeing it. It's just.
Thank you. Representative Cooper, does that satisfy your question or your comment?
It covers the part that it's already there and not changing. But I have a concern that I didn't think we actually owned the surface waters, even if you own the land surrounding lake, pond, stream, puddle. Just looking for some clarification.
Thank you, Representative.
Perhaps someone from the conservation community could answer that question.
Is
'cause
Mr.
we don't
Edmondson
deal
still
with
here?
Title 33 much.
He's not. There does
have
not
to
appear to
look into
be that kind of expertise in the room unless IF&W wants to provide any. There does not seem to be that expertise in the room currently, Representative Cooper. It is a very, very important, it is a very important point, and it may warrant trying to get a significant legal response to your concern. I'll just leave it at that.
Speaking of legal responses.
Senator Black?
Madam Chair, we'd like a corner caucus.
So we'll take about a 5-minute break and we'll be back shortly. Thank you all. Welcome back. We gotta wait for that to catch up. I think our audio is on, but not our video, maybe. Welcome back, everyone, to Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Senator Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would just like to get some clarification, and so we'd like to table it until Thursday.
Thank you, Senator. Tabling motion is not debatable. All those in favor of tabling LD 1054? And it is unanimous. We will go ahead and get that information and bring 1054 back as soon as possible this week. Moving right along on the printed agenda, we'll turn our attention to a work session on LD 2118, which is an act to eliminate the Natural Areas Program and reassign certain responsibilities under the program to the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and to amend the law governing administration of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Bureau of Resource Management. And we will turn our attention to Ms. Nadeau for an analysis of this bill.
So this was tabled a couple of weeks ago on February 3rd. So technically it needs to be taken off the table.
Representative Fluker.
I move that we take LD 2118 off the table.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Representative Cray. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of taking it off the. It is unanimous by those who are present. So we will turn our attention back over to you, Ms. Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I already sort of did, so you should have a blue handout in your bill file. It's pretty hefty. Has my bill analysis, which is kind of like a table of contents, I guess, goes section by section of what LD 2118 does. And then I included the actual bill with some markup so you could get some context, because obviously there's the ACF portion of Title 12 and the IF&W portion, and give you some context about that. And then finally, I attached some of the repealed language. Obviously the Natural Area Program, which was in the ACF portion of Title 12, which was repealed in Section 2 of the bill, and also under responsibilities of the commissioner. Section 3 of the bill repeals certain ACF commissioner responsibilities with regard to MNAP. And then finally, the Natural Areas Conservation Fund, Section 4 of the bill repeals that fund, and it's placed in the IF&W portion of the title. And then I also gave you all a side-by-side because we did a pretty substantially the same similar bill in the first regular session, LD 402. So what you have before you in LD 2118 is the majority report for LD 402 with one little drafting error exception. So basically 2118 is largely the majority report from last year. You also requested at the public hearing to have the Assistant Attorney General for the Natural Resources Division, Lauren Parker, come down and talk to you about MNAP's current rulemaking authority, which she did, and I forwarded you all, you were requesting her notes on that, and I did send that to you via email. It's probably a couple weeks ago now. So that's kind of where we are with this bill. I think the sticking point is the provision relative to rulemaking, which the only distinction between the majority report and minority report last year was 3 words, or plant communities. That was the only difference between the two reports of the committee at the time. So that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you so very much. Committee members, discussion. Representative Dill.
Do by chance we have the director of the current MNAP program here? Is it possible to have her come up and explain to us a little bit about what the program is very briefly and what the rulemaking is now?
Thank you for that suggestion, Representative Dill. if you could approach the podium and introduce yourself, and then let me know if you need anything, a clarifying question at all.
Good afternoon, Senator Talbot Ross and Representative Bill Pluker, the chairs, and the rest of the standing committee. I'm Molly Doherty. I'm the director of the Natural Areas Program in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry.
Representative Dill?
Yeah, and the question is, I think some of us may not really be clear on what the program is to begin with, so if we could have a very brief discussion of that. But now, what, if any, rulemaking is needed or is done? And I know that was one of the sticking points at the last time when we were discussing. And so if you could hit those two areas, that would be great.
Yeah, so I'll keep it simple to begin with. In terms of rulemaking, we have no rulemaking authority currently in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. With regard to the Natural Areas Program function, we're a small program, only 7 members. We do a very similar work to Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. We kind of track at-risk species and habitats, focusing primarily on vegetation, so rare, threatened, endangered plants, and then rare and exemplary natural communities. We also do work with invasive plants. We work in collaboration with landowners. We actually need landowner permission to do inventory and are able to collect, maintain, and disseminate information. And the information goes out for development planning, working with consultants before they apply for permits to guide development. We work with acquisition, anyone interested, both state, federal, and then also land trusts, municipalities who are interested in land acquisition, trying to guide them to areas of high biodiversity values. We also work with towns in town planning with comprehensive plans, again, trying to guide development away from sensitive areas.
Representative Dill?
Thank you, Madam. So basically what this is a catalog, if you would, or survey of various animal communities, plant communities, what is out in the habitat. So if all of a sudden I wanted to build a development, I could come to this program and you could tell me what's there from the standpoint of maybe a threatened species or endangered species or that type of thing, so that I would have to mitigate what my plans were to accommodate that. Is that basically what?
That's correct. The one constituent that I left out was actually two constituents is landowners and land managers. So we work with foresters as well and landowners on how to minimize and avoid impacts to important habitats.
Any other questions for the director? Yes, Representative Cooper.
Just for a little clarity, how many acres in the state does your program cover or have control on?
So it's been a long time since I've had that question asked. Last time, and I'm pretty sure for rare, threatened, and endangered plants, I can still speak, it's less than 0.5% of the state of Maine to address all 190 threatened and endangered plants. So that's a very small amount. With regard to rare and exemplary natural communities, it's a larger amount, but that information, we work collaboratively with landowners in terms of managing for those. It's not, it's larger areas, but there's no restrictions on how those are managed. We just provide best management practices.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Dill, please.
So why isn't there any rulemaking authority needed?
I don't know. At this point, our information, the data that we collect is informational only. Other entities may choose to regulate on it, but we do not. And when the program came into state government in the late 1980s, it actually came into the Department of Economic and Community Development with Growth Management Act. And at that point, there may have been a mechanism for doing rulemaking, but we transferred over to the Department of Conservation in 1995 and really haven't had the need to rule make on our features.
Representative Pluker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How do you come up with your definitions of endangered plants or plant communities?
So we're part of a national network of natural heritage programs, and we use very similar information for ranking rarity. With regard to endangered and threatened, it was part of our enabling legislation in the late 1980s. There's 7 criteria that are used for determining whether something's endangered or threatened: endemicism, geography. I wish I don't have my enabling legislation in front of me, but rarity, threat is something that's there as well. But it's pretty scientific process. And for rare, threatened, endangered plants, there's a whole process for getting that list updated every couple of years. It's under the jurisdiction or under the responsibilities of the commissioner currently at Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and would transfer in the current legislation that's being proposed to go to IF&W. So nothing would be changing.
A follow-up, please. Age is not part of the conversation.
For rare, threatened, endangered plants, it is not.
Yep.
For rare and exemplary natural communities, there are rare community types. You can think of some floodplains that might be rare, some alpine communities that might be rare. Some of the salt marshes, the really healthy salt marshes out there might be rare. And those might be numbers in the state and area. But in terms of exemplary natural communities, we look at the best of the rest. So we're looking at common community types that are exemplary in the state. And in that case, we look at landscape context, whether or not, it's kind of an island or whether it's kind of got buffer. We look at size and we look at condition. So condition at times can include age in terms of older forests, but we're also interested in younger forests too.
And if it was exemplary, it could make it onto your list.
Yes.
And age is one potential piece that might make something exemplary.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, committee members? Or not? Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of following up with what Representative Pluker was saying. So these community, again, you're informational. You don't regulate any of this stuff.
We do not regulate. Some of our
We identify some of it.
Right, we identify it and track it, the status and trends. Some of our information is used by Department of Environmental Protection. When people apply for permits, they first have to come to us and get a letter. They also have to go to IF&W to get a letter to note whether there's anything on the ground that would be impacted by development.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I thank you for your time.
I think I have a few issues with the bill. One of the issues is how it got back to us from last year. I think I mentioned this in the previous work session that I couldn't have gotten a bill killed and died between bodies and then come back a few months later and resubmit it. So process here, I have a question on it. The other, we were in the process of having a conversation with the Assistant Attorney General last work session where we were going into the definition of what it means to administrate and enforce. And I think we're all clear that there's no intention to regulate these communities or to have rules. But at the same time, does that mean that there will never be a moment when we may want to regulate these communities? And I think I'm not arguing one way or another, except that there may very well be with the way the world changes. And I think under the current administration, there seems to be no intent to regulate. The program itself says there's no intent to regulate. I'm certainly not asking for regulations in this moment, but I think there is a democratic process set up through the Maine Administrative Practices or Procedures Act of if we go through rulemaking, everybody gets a public hearing. There's pros, there's cons, there's a period of time for writing, and there's a period of time for sitting around talking about it and review. And it's folks have gone through it, not I have been, it's a many month-long process. So I'm not necessarily feeling that we need to get rid of the ability of the commissioner to write rules in the situation. So the commissioner and I had a very, very brief conversation, and we were wondering about, and also we've been through this process before. And so to run through this as a committee and then once again have it die between bodies is not where any of us want it to go. Is to possibly this one section that's subsection 12825, which is on page 15 of the bill. Page 15 of the bill, from lines 18 to lines 21. To put page 15 of the bill, lines 18, 19, 20, 21. to to pass the bill as written, but put a sunset on that particular section. So that the commissioner's prohibition on adopting rules would go away. I'm negotiable on the dates, but well, one, there would be a report back from the department to the legislature. I'm thinking January or February of 2029, with a sunset in fall of that year of 2029, unless the legislature takes action in order to continue this. So it would be sunsetted, it would go away. But if the legislature decided at that point that they wanted to continue, then they go ahead and it continues. And that was one way I was thinking of maybe getting this through the process. And that's what I'm proposing.
Thank you, Representative Pluker. Other comments from the committee? Any comments related to the suggestion from Representative Pluker? Yes, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Pluker, so and what you're saying is you would like to see the sunset so that the rulemaking could go back to the commissioner if it needs to be. Okay, that's what I was, yeah.
Representative Dill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the way I understand it, to follow up with the Representative Gray, then this would maybe stay there or maybe not, depending on what the report back is, once that they report back in the beginning of 29 to the session. If it's A-okay, then it sunsets later that year, is what I understood you to say in the fall. But if they want to keep it, it would be up to the next body of legislature to discuss that, rather they keep it as is. Yeah. I think that's fine.
Representative Hepler.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll thank you, Madam Chair. Sort of piggyback on what was said. I think this is a good solution. And I think I support it.
Thank you, Representative. Do others need some time to discuss this? Any other comments? Yeah. Ms. Nato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is one other technical amendment, and I did raise that on page 2 of my bill analysis. So section 41 adds the department to the consistency review of comprehensive plans done by the Municipal Planning Assistance Program in Title 30A. And we did hear from the department back in 2025 and again in 2026 that they already review requests to provide comment in comprehensive plan consistency reviews. And this was actually struck in both the majority and minority reports for LD 402 last year. But it must have just been a drafting oversight because it was included in 2118. So that's just reminding you all of that. So it's section 41 of 2118. And it probably should not have been included because it wasn't in either the minority report or the majority report from last year. And that's what 2118 is based on. So just a technical amendment.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was something else that I, of course, can't find. On this, I don't know where this white packet of stuff came from. Yeah. At the top of the first page, it's commit about changing the title to indicate that MNAP has been moved rather than eliminated. Has that been taken care of?
No, and thank you for reminding me. That was another suggestion that was made at the public hearing. I think maybe I'm going to speculate that maybe the revisor's office changed the title to get around that joint rule about measures previously defeated. previously.
So could we,
So you can
Representative-
amend the
okay.
title if you want in the committee amendment, of course.
Others? Not seeing any other discussion. Is there a motion
Should,
to include this? Yeah,
Now or later?
now would be great.
Okay. Can we take 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
Let's do no more than 10 minutes, like 7 to 10 minutes, like
Seven.
don't
Very
go
specific.
too far. We are gonna take just a couple of minutes to think about this and we'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. Welcome back to Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. We are on LD 2118 in a work session, and I believe we're ready for a motion. Representative Pluker.
I move, shall I restate what I tried to state before?
Yes.
Okay. I move ought to pass as amended, changing the title from as it was printed to reflect that it is not being eliminated. MNAP is not being eliminated, excuse me, it's being merely moved. Getting over a cold here. And on page 15 of the bill, lines 18, 19, 20, 21, otherwise known as subsection 12825 rulemaking, I would like to get a report back on how that is going, if rulemaking is needed. Then if it's still important to make sure the commissioner does not have rulemaking, get that report back to this committee and IF&W no later than February 15th, 2029, with a sunset of that portion and only that portion of the law of the bill to occur September 30th, 2029. And we're going to remove section 41, title 38, subsection 488, subsection 19, paragraph D.
Good job.
Yeah, maybe.
Section 41 strike.
Okay, thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. Would you like to repeat the motion? No.
I did write it down.
I'm just. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will ask the committee clerk to take a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, Representative Cooper, what is your vote?
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yay. Representative Cray.
Yay.
Representative Cray, yay. Representative Bunker.
Yay.
Representative Bunker, yay. Senator Black.
Yay.
Senator Black, yay. Senator Talbot Ross.
Yes.
Senator Talbot Ross, yay. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker, yay. Representative Barrett.
Yay.
Representative Barrett, yay. Representative Dill.
Yes.
You look so much.
The list is wrong. I'm so sorry. Representative Hepler. Yes. Representative Hepler, yay. I have 9 in favor, no opposed.
That is the committee vote. Passes with majority of those present. Would you like to add anything, Senator Black? Yeah. So thank you all for your patience in getting that bill, LD 2118. And we will move our attention now to some language and fiscal note reviews. I'll turn the microphone over to our analyst. Thank you all for being here today and for your patience once again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first one I think we'll do is LD 1547. Ashley, I don't know if you handed that out yet. So there'll be a bunch of pink sheets coming around since you did actually vote unanimously on this bill. Gosh, it's almost a month ago now. So this is, speaking of bills with a windy road, this bill was originally in taxation. It was a sales tax bill, and then it turned into a snowmobile registration bill, and you voted in favor of basically implementing a 2-tiered system for snowmobile registration. So there would be a sort of the current law, current fees would apply for someone from July 1st through December 15th. And then from December 16th to June 30th, it would be an increased fee in some cases. So that's, you've seen some iterations of this. And there's also a colorful chart that you're getting to accompany the amendment so that you can sort of see the numbers. that corresponds the amendment language. So it's, the new title is an Act to Fund Maine Snowmobile Trail Program. You'll see a lot of underlined language in section 1, but a lot of it is current law. Section 3 of the bill are where the fees reside in Title 12, Section 13104, subsection 4. But then there were all these paragraphs sort of describing how the fees should be credited. And with the implementation or this proposal to have a two-tiered program, it really got a little unwieldy from my, drafting perspective. Like you would just have more and more paragraphs. So I asked the interested parties, do you mind if I move it to section 10206, which talks about snowmobile and trail grooming equipment revenues? That seemed like the more appropriate place, and they did seem okay with that. So subparagraphs. So I'm going back to section 1 of the bill. It is this new section 1A, distribution of revenue from snowmobile registrations. Paragraph A relates to resident fees, the registration fees for residents. And subparagraph 1 under paragraph A is current law. It's $17 that is transferred to the Snowmobile Trail Fund. And it's also current law that $10 goes to the Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Office. What's new in subparagraphs 3 and 4 is with that additional monies from the increase December 16th through June 30th, it describes $30 goes to the Snowmobile Trail Fund and then $12 to the Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Office. And then likewise for paragraph B, this relates to registration fees for non-residents. So subparagraph A is current law, $21 goes to the Snowmobile Trail Fund. Subparagraph 2 is current law, $15 goes, and this is for the seasonal registration for non-residents. $15 goes to the Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Office. And then if you flip the page, subparagraphs 3 and 4, again, describe where the money goes, how much money goes to the Trail Fund and the Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Office. And then subparagraph 5 is current law. Right now, it says that $5 from each 3 consecutive day registration fee and 10 consecutive day registration fee. This is for non-residents. $5 of that goes to the Snowmobile Enforcement Fund. And then subparagraph 6 is new because it's simply with the 3-day registration fee and the 10-day registration fee for non-residents, it isn't tiered. There's just an increase of $20. And you will see that in section 3 of the amendment, the increase. Currently for non-residents, the 3-day registration fee is $74. That would be increased to $94. And then for a 10-day registration for non-residents, it increases it from 99 to 119. So that's the amendment in a nutshell. There is a sunset provision on, not a sunset, I'm sorry, an effective date on this. It takes effect July 1st, 2027. That was the request of the departments to implement the 2-tiered registration fee program. And what else can I tell you about this? And then section 3 of the amendment, it's just asking the Department of ACF to report back to this committee on how this is going. And it gives you the authority to submit legislation based on that report. So if you have questions about the chart, I believe James Cody is here from the Snowmobile Association, or representing the Maine Snowmobile Association. He can speak to that, but it just sort of gives you an idea of what the numbers look like. And of course, we'll have an opportunity to review those numbers once we get the fiscal note also. So there'll be another opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nadu.
I want to talk about schedule a second, just today's schedule.
One moment. Questions about what we just heard from, yeah, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this new stuff, once we, it doesn't take effect until we got a year from now?
Correct.
27th?
Yeah,
Thank you.
July 1st, 2027.
My apologies to the representative. I didn't hear your question.
Would you like me to say it again?
Please.
So my question was, this doesn't take effect until a year from now.
Right.
That was just my question. I
Yeah.
thought, and I guess
Is it,
can I have another question?
Please.
Why is that instead of doing it
I
now?
mean, it's my understanding, just the, programming and all
okay,
yeah,
Nope,
just
I guess it's,
the
yeah.
logistics of implementing the two-tiered,
Yep.
making sure everything's in place before showtime, I guess.
Thank you.
Takes that long.
I appreciate the question, Representative, because I actually had a question. If you can just walk me through the timing. So it takes effect July 1st, 2027. And then it says in consultation with the ACF, the department shall review, the trails in 2028 and 2029. How is that enough time if the legislation takes effect July of 2027? Are we expecting them to, I want to make sure I understand. Are we expecting them to do anything in 2028 in terms of reporting back to this committee?
I mean,
Because that doesn't seem to be enough time.
that might be a question for the departments. That was kind of a time frame that they recommended, 2028 and 2029.
I understand 2029. I just think,
Yeah.
I don't know what's involved to get something back to us that is concrete, meaningful within a year. If the department's here, they can answer that question. And I'll turn to Representative Grant while.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. The Maine Snowmobile Association could probably maybe be able to answer that.
Yeah, why don't you ask them? Yeah. Maine Snowmobile Association?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience today. Would you like to just respond to the sequencing?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. James Cody on behalf of the Maine Snowmobile Association. Also happy to have Deputy Commissioner Peabody follow me, but the intent behind the section that we're talking about was to mirror language that both agencies also have in Title 12, I believe, that allows the two agencies to jointly review registration fee structures and amounts. And if there's on a regular basis, and if there are adjustments needed periodically, it allows them to have that discussion, report back to the committee, and then be able to report it for you to report out a bill to accommodate their needs.
So so this has enough time built into it for? Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
No, it just struck me as a tight, but it's what the departments want then.
This is a little bit broader than just, this will look at the entire registration structure rather than just this
This one.
singular change. Yeah.
Thank you. That's probably the clarity I needed. Thank you very much, Mr. Cody. Any questions for Mr. Cody? Not seeing any.
Any other questions? So this is ready to get shipped off to revisers and OPR, and hopefully it looks similar after they.
Thank you for your work on this, Ms. Natter.
All right. So the next one I have is LD 1661. Speaking of long journeys, this bill is a carryover. So this is the committee amendment to an act to establish a comprehensive and interagency approach to invasive species management. We've had quite a few work sessions. So this is a unanimous committee report to turn the act into a resolve requiring a review and assessment of the state's invasive species management efforts. We did have a language review on this previously. At the time, it was just the Department of IF&W that was the lead on conducting this review and assessment of the state's invasive species management efforts. And you all at the time thought that it should be both the Department of IFNW and the Department of ACF. So that's the language incorporates that. With both versions of the committee amendment, it's always been within existing budgeted resources. So the fiscal note to LD 1661 committee amendment is attached. There is a fiscal note required. It does say current biennium cost increase to the general fund. However, I will, each paragraph's a little different in how it's kind of phrased. The Department of ACF indicated that the stakeholder engagement requirements of this bill would require additional staff time. Because the bill requires the work to be completed within existing resources, no additional staff can be added, and the work will be absorbed within current resources, which may affect other assigned duties. Department of Environmental Protection also had a similar stance. They indicated that the stakeholder engagement requirements would require additional staff time. Due to limited duration of the requirements, DEP does not anticipate hiring temporary staff and expects the work to be absorbed within existing resources, again, which may affect other assigned duties. And finally, the Department of IFNW said that and Marine Resources, both those departments said any additional costs to implement the provisions of this bill are expected to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. So that's the flavor of the fiscal note. There's no, monetary, there's no dollar amount associated, but there is a fiscal note required.
Thank you very much. I will say it's not hard to comprehend, but it is very difficult to see how they're gonna get that work. At any rate, Representative Hepler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Karen, will there eventually be a number for the fiscal note? This is just the way it is? Okay.
Yep. This is the fiscal note.
Just a clarifying question. Did you say yes, there will eventually be a number?
No, there will not.
There will not be.
Nope.
Yeah, and both departments are talking about FTEs, so,
Yeah, and it's not uncommon to not have a number associated with a fiscal note, but
there is a cost.
It's just, you can read the fiscal note, how each department described the impacts.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions, committee members? Not seeing any, Karen. Ms.
Okay.
Nato.
So the next one we'll do is, I just have two more. Oh yeah, and then we're working the budget before the hearing. So the next one we'll do is LD 2040. And I didn't save myself a copy. Oh, here it is. I got it. Again, it's been a while. I have to refresh my memory. So this is, an act to survey food insecurity in Maine. This was a unanimous report of the committee, ought to pass as amended. The committee amendment replaces the act with a resolve, directing the commissioner of ACF to study opportunities to assess and evaluate food insecurity measures in the state. And I think the original language of the bill, it was statutory, it was a little more added to the duties of the commissioner that they shall conduct an annual survey. And so this softens it a little bit. It's limited in duration. There is a report requirement in section 3 of the amendment. The report to this committee, as well as Health and Human Services and Education and Cultural Affairs committees, to report back on this assessment. You've seen a previous iteration of the committee amendments, so that shouldn't be anything new. What is new is the fiscal note. We did get it last, I guess it's been a while since we've met, so we did get it after the last time you met. There is a fiscal note required, but this is one of those minor cost increase to the general fund. And the Department of ACF did say that any additional costs, and the Department of Health and Human Services both said that any additional costs from the provisions of this bill are expected to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. Any questions on this one?
Representative Fluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's GoPIF who would be most affected by this. And do we assume that GoPIF was consulted?
I mean, it's the commissioner of ACF that's studying these opportunities to assess and evaluate food insecurity of the state. The commissioner of ACF is the one who seeks input from the advisory committee, which is
Run by GoPIF.
yeah. And the commissioner also works with outside organizations and other state agencies as necessary, conducting the study. So
There's no fiscal note. I'm happy.
okay, it's absorbed within existing. I think it's one of those, sometimes when you have a committee amendment to a bill, a fiscal note is generated more easily. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if this language had been in an original bill and you voted straight ought to pass, it might be no fiscal note required. But because there's an amendment, it's almost like a lower threshold for the fiscal note. I know it's a little odd, but yeah. Do you have any additional
I do,
questions?
not to debate the bill, but I conflate this bill with the Ending Hunger by 2030 work. And I will just say again that it looks redundant to me. I know others don't feel the same way, but it looks redundant to me. And I'm looking in on the pink summary committee amendment page, and it sounds like the commissioner is gonna, ACF is gonna seek input from the advisory committee for the strategic plan. So we have an advisory committee for the strategic plan that looks at ending hunger by 2030. That advisory committee is going to now, she's gonna seek input, lead the work to survey and assess the food insecurity measures of the state. And so in absence of the federal household food security report, we're the legislature is directing that advisory committee to now fulfill that work.
Yeah, I guess the catalyst is the fact that USDA is no longer
Giving us
has terminated that
that
report.
report.
So I think that's what
Mhm.
this is a temporary stopgap measure to continue to get some information to understand the landscape of food insecurity in the state.
Right, so they're gonna get that information and make it part of the strategic plan, and then they're also gonna report back to the legislature
Yes.
next in the 133rd and say, this is what's going on. This doesn't live beyond that, is that right?
Correct.
Because then
It's
I
very
would probably be
temporary.
voting against it. In all honesty, it feels redundant, but I get why we need it in the absence of that report, and as long as it is limited to a time frame, then, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Pluker.
And we fought for this zero fiscal note is basically where we've ended up. And anything more stringent than what we've put in here would have triggered a fiscal note that probably would have killed it. And so we're hoping to come back and get something stronger and better in the 133rd.
I respect the process.
Yeah.
Any other comments on this? Not the re-debate of the bill, but the language review. Anybody have anything else? No, we're good. Thank you very much.
Okay, my last one is LD 2096. This is an act regarding scheduling of agricultural fairs and pulling events. I see here lots of groans. So this was voted on a couple of weeks ago. You actually got at the work session, I believe it was Representative Pluker who proposed an amendment. So this doesn't look too much different than that previous version, but there is one thing I wanted to point out, and it was a good clarification to make. So on page 2 of the pink sheet that I just handed out, in section 8A, so this is Title 7, Section 86, subsection 5. So this is all the section about stipend fund eligibility. So how it was, I sort of redrafted that paragraph a little bit because the intent was that, how can I say this? So all the activities, I'm wondering if we have, oh, right. If you look at page 2 of 3, you look at section 8B. Remember, there were lots of discussions about having an exception for paragraphs A, I, J, and K, livestock and poultry, pulling events, and then educational talks and workshops and demonstrations. So I think the intent of the committee, and it wasn't exactly drafted that way initially, I think it was just an oversight. The intent of the committee was to say that an allowance may be made on premiums or prizes offered and paid by a licensee. So the stipend fund could be used for any competition or event held during the period in which its annual fair is held, okay? And any competition or event judged up to 48 hours prior to the licensed fair dates, except that allowance may not be made at any competition or event under paragraphs A, I, J, and K, judged up to 48 hours prior to the licensed fair dates. I think the previous version actually would have prohibited stipend fund payments for paragraphs A, I, J, and K 48 hours as well as during the fair. And I don't believe that was the intent of the committee. And I did have a conversation with Michelle Webb about this. And so that's why the language is explicit like that. And I just wanted to point that out. And then, so I attached the reviser's version because I had them go ahead and process it while the committee wasn't meeting. And then the fiscal note is another, yes, a fiscal note is required. It's a minor cost increase to the general fund. And again, they're expected to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. Any questions about that?
Representative Cooper?
Okay, so somewhere in here, excuse me, trying to read through, part of the intent of Representative Mitchell's bill was to give the commissioner some control over fairs that choose to operate outside their license dates. Because we've had that issue at least 3 different occasions over the last 5 years. And I'm trying to read through this, but I'm having trouble finding where that portion of it
Where it
is
is.
still in here.
Without going back and looking at Representative Mitchell's amendment, I think what you may be getting at is in section 4 of the committee amendment. I mean, first of all, section 2 says, a licensee may not. I mean, they're prohibited from operating a fair outside the fair dates assigned by the commissioner. But then in section 4 of the committee amendment, it gives a little more teeth in saying that the commissioner may suspend the license of a licensee that violates this section. And I remember the discussion at the time, I believe it was Senator Talbot Ross, had questions about, length of time or whatever, and the committee decided to give that discretion to the commissioner. So that's where the teeth of the commissioner suspending the license if they violate the prohibition in this section of law.
Yes, Representative, please.
Okay, thank you. So I lost section 2. I skipped over it too fast,
Oh,
so I
that's
do
okay.
understand.
Yep.
I think it sounds good, the corrections made and serves the intent.
Thank you, Representative Cooper. Anything else for Ms. Nadu? Yes, Representative Booker.
I think this might be a question for Representative Cooper as well. But under section 8A there, that first underlined section, there's any competition or event judged up to 48 hours prior to the license fair dates, except that an allowance may not be made on premiums offered, except that an allowance may not be made on premiums offered and paid by a licensee at any competition or event under paragraphs A, I, J, K, judged up to 48 hours prior to the license fair dates. And should that be held? Like that those events they can't get stipends if they're held up to 48 hours prior to license fair dates, or judged is the word that's there. I don't know is there a better, yeah. Or Karen, if you had thoughts.
Well, I mean, it's in line with, I mean, that's the whole intent of the 48 hours prior to the fair date so that they could judge those events. So I think judge is the correct term. That's the whole intent of allowing them to do it prior to the actual fair date.
Not that the summary matters, but Representative Fluker is correct because it says that the purpose in the summary is just to display and award a prize. Awarding is a judge. It doesn't say judged awards, but technically, I
Yeah.
think Representative Fluker, you make a fine point. Representative Dill?
All I was gonna say is, I think there's a big difference between judged and held. And I think we were looking at, from what I understood, judged, it could be judged, but if you were gonna hold it, then now you've really got a fair going. That's a whole different thing in my mind, at least. Can bring them in and judge them. But if I'm actually holding a fair 2 days ahead of time and I'm judging, those are really two different things. Gotcha. Very different things.
And I think the context too, this is about an allowance made on premiums, so it's about prizes for, yeah.
Any other comments?
We can fix it next year.
Just not today. Everyone, committee members, you all set with this? It's been presented as it's been presented. Representative Cooper, you okay? Representative Cooper, please.
Okay, I apologize for being a little slow. All right, I've been that way for a long time, so. In that section 8A, we have A, I, J, and K. And actually F-1 should be included. That would include our youth agricultural events are typically livestock events or potentially a horse show, which would be livestock. It could be a steer or ox pulling demonstration or contest. I think that should be included in that same category with the livestock, poultry, the A, I, J, and K.
Representative Pluker.
Representative Cooper, so if something is a youth livestock event, would that be a youth agriculture event or would that be a livestock event? Or could it be both?
So I'm thinking I don't know what other youth agricultural events that there would be that would not include something with livestock, or livestock related. But the way it's left out, it could say anything that's a youth, which is typically 4-H, but not 100% of the time. Could some fair look at it and say, well, it's a youth event, so it's not included even if it's a youth market lamb show.
When folks are applying for the premiums, are they applying under one of these paragraphs? Or if we're prohibiting livestock, does that not prohibit all livestock?
It should, but I'm not sure it's clear because it specifies youth agricultural events. And most fairs would consider all their 4-H programs as youth livestock events. And we do on our stipend reports, I believe we categorize youth event or 4-H is typical as a separate category from our open livestock events.
Committee members, the suggestion around F-1, youth agriculture events. That's a shift. So any comments or questions to Representative Cooper on that? Representative Booker.
So just if there is a youth event where they're baking or they're doing some sort of craft, then that would exclude, some sort of other event besides for livestock. Do we need another paragraph there that's explicit about youth livestock events?
Perhaps, and I'm thinking the other youth things would fall under arts and crafts or baking or so perhaps F is youth livestock events.
I mean, in my conversations with the department, I feel like a pulling competition or livestock exhibition would be, and whether or not youth are involved, it would be captured by that paragraph A. And I think, I don't know, this, I guess, would be a question for the department on how they interpret that, but it seems like there might be other youth agricultural events outside of anything that involves livestock. So there may be some consequences here of including that at this point.
Mr.
But we
Nadeau, I
could-
heard Representative Cooper suggest a tiny bit of clarification within that. So it would reference livestock. So that it then can be included in the A, I, J, and K. He's asking for a little bit of.
So if it's a youth livestock or poultry event, you would like those pulled out? Similar to A, I, J, and K?
Representative Cooper?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. I think we need something to clarify that is included in the same categories as A, I, J, and F. Or A, I, J, and K. Sorry.
No. Procedurally, Ms. Nadeau?
So I can talk with the department on maybe how to parse that out. And then, it's up to the committee, but it does seem different than what you voted on. So you may need to just reconsider and revote and include that, or if that was the intent, I mean, I'll leave that up to you. But I can investigate like how to parse out youth, livestock and poultry events to make sure it's not in F1 and how to clarify that.
My suggestion would be to check with the department before we do anything else with this bill. And if that is the spirit and the intent of it, then it does not feel to me like we need to vote on a whole bill. But perhaps, or reconsider it and add it. But perhaps the best direction at this point is to check with the department and then to let the committee know. Representative Bunker.
I would enjoy also the perspective of the Fair Association in that regard too.
Representative Bunker, I'm going to ask you a sequencing question. So if Ms. Nadu is able to confirm with the department around the intent, which would mirror what Representative Cooper is asking for, would that be sufficient, or are you looking beyond the department's opinion about the intent of this particular item?
I hesitate to want to slow the process up. I would like to hear from both views if I could.
That is certainly within your purview, and we can, I believe that there is no motion regarding this, other than we're going to direct our committee analysts to check in with the department regarding Representative Cooper's request for clarification on that F1 piece. Is there anything else for committee members? Yes, Representative Cooper.
Thank you. So if the department is good with it as it is and covers the intent, the question that I had, I'm fine with it. No issues at all. Just if they can confirm it does what the intent was for those events, I'm totally fine.
Thank you, Representative Cooper. So we'll hear back from our committee analyst around what the department's intent was, and then Representative Bunker, if that's okay, we'll hear from them and then entertain whether or not that suffices from you enough. And if not, then we'll invite whoever you want. Yeah?
Yes, email. Yep. Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Nato. That now concludes the language and review, fiscal note review, and we are at the portion of our schedule today to look at the supplemental budget. Or invite, is the department here?
They're in the hallway, or they're,
But-
if they were in the room, then they're leaving the room.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm out of here.
Yes. Yeah.
And just so that everyone is aware, we will be back here on Thursday, and then on Friday, we will be in front of AFA. We appreciate the commissioner's patience for today, understanding that it's been several hours since we had first entertained being able to work on this, but as we have said all along, the day off yesterday really pushed today's schedule a little bit, made it a little bit haywire, but we appreciate the commissioner waiting for in her patience. Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since we're going to go over the budget this afternoon, and
That's correct.
and what's listed here, is a work session, not just on the supplemental budget on Thursday, because I was going to suggest if all we're doing on Thursday is a supplemental budget, which we're not going to be before AFA until Friday, but there's a work session on the public hearing that we had today. I'm confused about what's happening Thursday.
Representative, we have not had a discussion about the budget as of yet.
Right, but aren't we doing that right now?
We are, the commissioner's been waiting all afternoon in
right.
order to brief us.
Okay. So we're gonna also do it on Thursday.
I would suggest we see how far we get
Okay.
today, and then we can take this matter up, once we've heard from the commissioner. I do want to get to the commissioner though,
Yeah, okay,
just because
okay.
it's been a long day for her already, but thank you for the question. And
Oh, so Ashley is handing out binders that have not much in them at this point. So what, unfortunately, our joint public hearing with AFA was scheduled yesterday. We got a snow day, so it has been rescheduled to 1:30 Friday afternoon. But we have time today and Thursday to discuss the budget and have the commissioner present to us. Unfortunately, I was unable to get the report back document. It is their policy to not release that until after the public hearing. And I guess there are some good reasons for that. And then also there's space for testimony in your binder. So, I don't know how you want to proceed, but the commissioner is here, so maybe she can just sort of make some broad introductory remarks or go through things. But at this point, I think if you do contemplate initiatives, and I think it's the best we can do at this point are straw votes, because technically we don't have the report back document to record those votes. We'll have time next week to do that. So that's kind of where we are.
we appreciate that clarity on where we're at in the process, and we would appreciate if the commissioner could make some general statements and then direct our attention to anything that you would like for us to delve in more specifically. Thank you again for your patience, Commissioner, and welcome.
Thank you so much. I know you've all had a long day. But because I'm on mic, I'll say I'm Amanda Beal, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. And I'm happy to say I think this is the shortest supplemental budget request we've ever made. So maybe this won't take too long. I will say that, a lot of the items here are kind of housekeeping in nature. We can go through them. And I will also say that there's one language item that when we are before, on Friday, when we do our actual presentation, we'll make a suggestion or we'll make a recommendation that it come out because we found other sources for the work that we need to do. But we can go through this in whatever order is most useful to you. And we're happy to be here as long as you all want to be here as well. And this is Amy Carlton, of course, our business operations manager, and she can answer all the really tricky questions. So
Great. Thank you for that. And yes, that was my first question was, how long do you want to be here? And then the second question was, so there's language that you're going to present on Friday. So we would necessarily, and you're not giving us the details of it just yet. And so therefore we couldn't discuss it today or Thursday. So we need to do that work next week at some point.
yeah, I think there's language that actually is going to come up in testimony from DAFs tomorrow. And
Okay.
then there's another language piece that we will suggest removing when we are presenting on Friday. So there are a couple of moving parts here that you'll want to probably come back to once you have all of those pieces in place.
Okay. So if we do want to work on it tonight or today, then we can work it on it Thursday, but we're going to have to work on it next week. So we have 3 days to get things done. There's no rush at this point is the way I'm interpreting things.
You say next week, you mean Friday?
Next week, I mean Thursday, our committee will be meeting.
Okay, but we are doing 3 days this week.
This week is today and Thursday. Friday and AFA.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Just us, okay.
Questions from the committee? But while we have you, do you want to give us kind of a run through of big concepts or committee? Do we want to go through? What we can do is we can start taking straw poll votes. And so we can go through and say in or out and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people here. So we can start that process tonight if we want to. If we want to hold off, we're gonna all be here Thursday for session anyway. We don't have anything else scheduled, so we could do a lot of the work on Thursday afternoon as well. And so if folks have feelings about starting it tonight or just getting a feeling for it tonight, yeah, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was gonna suggest, I'm looking at a lot of like really simple kinds of things, and I was wondering, maybe the commissioner would like to tell us if they, to point us to like some bigger, bigger things. I don't know, that's just a thought. And not go through it item by item right now, but.
Works for me.
That's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna just sort of move through here because some of these are quite housekeeping in nature. Either they're, reclasses that have been approved, or there's some other housekeeping issue that we need to revisit. There's one here from just sort of a head count issue that came up when the MOCA transfer happened, or when the programs moved to MOCA. But I think really one of the biggest ones here that you all might be most interested in is, we have a few different initiatives here that for public lands, Bureau of Parks and Public Lands, page A10. Where we are requesting to move some positions that have a component, a general fund, that are not general fund, to move them onto general fund. And also we have a request here for $2.25 million for public lands operational expenses. And I think I dropped some hints on this when we've talked previously, but I don't think it's a secret that our forest products industry has really been dealt some blows over the past decade and a half when you really look at the trends and what's been happening. And one of our challenges is that our funds to take care of our public lands are generated through our forest harvests, and those markets that have been struggling are the markets that we're sort of beholden to. And so, we're just at a point where it's clear to us that we need to be looking at other potential models going forward. And so we are doing a fair amount of work, looking at how other states fund their public lands programs, and, recognizing that we are both an important component of our forest products markets in Maine. And so we don't want to do anything rash. We want to really look at what options are out there in terms of how do we fund our public lands going forward. And, I think there's probably an answer that is some mix of different ideas that we will want to bring forward by the time we get to the next biennial budget. But in this moment, looking at what's been happening and looking at what the need is for maintaining our public lands, we are asking for, a significant allocation for operations, and we are also looking to shore up the funding sources for some of our really critical positions, one of them being our bureau director position. And just, that is sort of, that is not how we fund our other bureau director positions in our department. They tend to be funded through the general fund. So it is sort of an anomaly that that's been funded in that way. But this is one issue, and we don't have to solve it today, but I just really wanted to draw your attention to, we're seeing financial strain in this model in a pretty significant way, and we need to come up with some alternatives for the future. Any questions about that?
Yeah. I was expecting sort of a lot of questions.
Would you be able to give us a data sheet on that? Of where, like, maybe a couple of years ago we were, because public land has been basically stumpage.
Yep.
We haven't taken much money out of general fund so if you could show us then, now, so we could.
Yes, we definitely can. We've been
Some kind of
collecting
a fact sheet or
data.
something that we could
Yeah.
look at,
Yeah.
That
we
might
can-
include volume too or something.
Yes, yep, we can absolutely put that together for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I know, I remember reading the news before I was in the legislature. This has been a story for a long
Yeah.
time. And then, so this 2.25, is that is part of it going towards paying for salaries?
This is just operational funds. I don't know if Amy, if you want to come up and speak to the specifics of it.
Amy Carlton, Business Operations Manager for the department. This is a one-time general fund ask to get us through the biennium. And it would cover all operations, including salaries, recreational costs on public lands and that type of thing.
What did you mean by recreational costs?
So, for example, if there's a cost to keep a campsite on a public land or clean up, lawn mowing, that kind of thing, for folks that recreate on our public lands, those costs come out of here.
I think what would help me, along with the kind of a breakdown of where the revenue has been coming from, like also an idea of how this money will be spent, would be good. Like how much is going to salaries, how much is going towards maintenance of land. Yeah, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think you can answer this. This is all timber related, not federal government deficit. Okay.
Right,
Correct.
right. And I will say that we have been managing vacancies and we have been not filling vacancies for quite some time. We've been cutting costs wherever we can. But this is bigger than that. Yeah.
And you had kind of alluded to it earlier. The general fund, to my knowledge, has never supported.
Right.
This is the first time that the general fund is being asked to support the program.
I'm glad we talked about it tonight so we can kind of wrap our heads around that. Appreciate that. Any other questions on this particular initiative? Seeing none. Anything else jumps out to you as things we might want more information on?
I mean, I think the other one, the big number, if you're looking at it, is just the Milk Commission funding. And I think, this is all based on projections and it's really hard to project. And so this is where we are, just to point that one out.
Could you give us a page number?
Oh, same page.
Oh, sorry. And I know maybe you don't want to explain to us the difference between appropriations and allocations and that kind of stuff. But if you wanted to run us through and remind us with what we're looking at.
So that aligns us with revenue forecasting and it gives us the allocation, which is your permission to spend the money once you get it. This is funded through a general fund transfer. So it's twofold. This adjustment will fund it through the last revenue forecasting at the levels that revenue forecasting had. So this doesn't change the program. This is just the last forecast said we need X and this would therefore we need Y.
What I would love is to go back and have this whole conversation again. No, since we last reset the tier prices, how much has gone out? How much was forecast at that time? So looking at the forecast at the time we reset, how much have we actually paid out to dairy farmers? And where do we expect that the allocations to go from here? So we're expecting milk prices to go up, or we're expecting them to go down, or we're expecting to increase the amount that's going out the door or less. And I know I'm forgetting our numbers. I think it was like 35 million or something is what we expected to spend last time. And how much would we actually spend? Would be
And
great.
we just prepared some documentation for the next revenue forecasting. So I think that should be readily available.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
And just simply looking at big numbers, if you look at the language part F, the emergency funding for on page 10, emergency funding for nonprofit food banks. So during a state of emergency, the governor has the ability to withdraw or to draw down some funding from the stabilization fund to address food insecurity. And that number is capped right now at $400,000. As you can imagine, that does not go very far. And so this is really just looking for authorization to increase that cap. It's not, and only in a state of emergency, but just to give the governor the ability to address food insecurity on a more significant level. And I think we saw that with COVID. You know, I think there was a drawdown of $400,000 to deal with some of the food insecurity issues that we were seeing. And again, that's just not a very big number when you think about our statewide need.
And the state of emergency is just something that's declared by the governor, if I
Yes.
recall.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, in accordance with Title 37B, Section 742, subsection 1, that exceeds 10 days. So it's very specific as to when it can be triggered, but just really just raising that cap.
And is this strictly related to federal shortage?
I think if there's a state of emergency that the governor has declared, that is what would trigger an opportunity to withdraw funds to support organizations that are dealing with food insecurity head on.
Oh, thanks. Commissioner, just one quick question, I don't want to do a deep dive. I'm just trying to get information. Does the governor have full discretion on who he or she decides to distribute this money from, or has the legislature given some direction as to who would qualify for this kind of funding?
I don't know the answer to that question, but we can get it for you.
I would be very interested in understanding the discretion that the governor has to distribute up to $4 million.
Okay.
Thank you.
Am I in charge still?
Yes, yes, Chair.
I'd also be interested to know if like that money can go to Mainers Feeding Mainers or Maine Harvest Bucks programs, or is that go to what program would that money end up going towards?
Yeah, we can find out. I do believe that I think the funding went to Good Shepherd Food Bank.
Okay.
In relation to the pandemic, but I don't know how they would have allocated that. And I don't know if there were any specific parameters around it.
Okay. Or if it could be used in other ways.
Yeah. Yep. We'll find out.
Senator Talbot Ross, we were just going through hitting some of the big items that we thought might have questions or want more information about. And we weren't thinking that we might take it we hadn't decided if we're going to do straw polls or not.
This is helpful because these are the big ones. And so knowing what your questions are, we can try to come back on Thursday and have answers or have more information for you. Not a big ticket item issue, but Part U, I will just speak to that on page. I don't know how my numbers go from page 10 to page 49.
Yeah,
Is that the same?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're all in the same place. But the Farmers Drought Relief Grant Program, we are just requesting a slight name change to this program. We're not looking to do anything different. It's a program that's already gone through rulemaking. We've done a couple of rounds of requests for proposals, and it's working well. But what we saw was that in the height of the drought last summer, we had people calling us and wanting to know if we had a way to give them some sort of immediate relief from the impacts of drought. And so we realized that the name might be a little bit misleading. And if we recast it as the Farmer Drought Resilience Program, that's more in line with how this program works, because we're looking for farmers to apply for either technical assistance around water management plans and or specific irrigation projects that are not going to be particularly helpful to start in the middle of a drought. It's something that you definitely want to have in place before you get there. So
I think that's great. I got the same phone calls.
yeah.
Other questions
Yeah.
from the committee? Seeing none.
Just looking. I don't know if there's anything really I mean, if there's anything here that you would like to ask about, I will just say Part Z on page 52. This is the one that we're going to recommend removing. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Allagash Wilderness Waterway, but we have a dam up there that it was rebuilt in 1982 with a projected 40-year lifespan, which we have surpassed now, and it's definitely showing signs of its age. And so knowing that we need to come up with a plan, figure out what we need to do. We had asked for some funding, but we actually have found another source of funding with BGS, and so we don't need to have this language in there, and we can still move forward. I think those are the big things, unless Amy, is there anything you wanted to flag? As you said, a lot of it's housekeeping. Yep. A lot of it's housekeeping, the majority of the. But I agree, it's good to get your questions now, so we have time to get you answers back if there's something in here that you guys have questions on.
I was gonna say, having been on the TS family, it's always split the work.
Mhm. Yep.
The hardest
Yeah.
my
question.
negative 1.3 million, is that just revenue forecasting?
That's just revenue
Okay.
forecasting, yeah.
Can you just give a sentence or two about the personnel services, the change of some of the transferring of monies? It doesn't seem that large amounts, but I still wouldn't mind having just the sentence to
Is
capture
that-
what you're trying to do.
Part AA.
Yes.
53.
AA.
Yep. So these are a number of different needs that we have. And I think this is unique in that we haven't had the opportunity to do this before. But what we're basically saying is that if there are any personal services savings, like through vacancies or whatnot, if the money is there, that we would have one-time authorization to transfer the funds so that we could use funds for these specific needs or specific projects. Did I get that right, Amy?
So how does that work if you have a vacancy? So you have a vacancy, you don't have the staff to move the event forward,
Mhm.
but you want that money to you're not redistributing it anywhere, but I'm trying to figure out how you still get that work done if you
So-
don't have the staff.
You're as perplexed as I was when I first saw it. I will say out loud, because we haven't done it this way before. You'll see it throughout the budget. It's not just DACF. And if a department, for example, we had these needs as a request, they were one time. And normally personal services, you can't use it for anything else. If you're familiar with the term financial order, where you can take money and change it, okay, it's not capital, it's really all other, or this came in as more money, so we really need it to be in the capital line. You can do a financial order to do that, but you can never do a financial order to take personal services and put it somewhere else. This gives us the authority to do that. What happens when you have personal services savings throughout the fiscal year, for example, a vacancy, or someone's working on a different project, or what have you. At the end of the day, in the general fund, that lapses and it goes through this cascade of funding on how it goes. We're allowed across the department, all of our general fund accounts. So the term attrition, when they don't fund a position 100% in the general fund, they have an attrition factor. So every position is short funded, so to speak. And then you go to the salary plan if you don't meet that attrition. Because there's some assumptions that you're going to have turnover, there's going to be retirements, the new person's coming in at step 3 versus step 8, probably way more than you want to know. But at the end of the day, we can't use the general fund salary savings, so to speak, for anything. It drops in and it goes through a cascade. These AA initiatives are requests that we made one time. And this is going to allow us to do a financial order should we have personal service savings to move via financial order into all other to fund these things. So it's giving us access via financial order to do a transfer within the account to fund these things, should we have that savings available.
When you say to fund these things, so it's very specific, the
To-
money is specifically directed to that
these
thing,
things.
right?
Yeah.
It's not, you're not just putting money in, you get a pool of money and now you get to spend it
No.
how you, yeah, okay.
No, it's very specific to these, which is why they're broken out.
And we hold you to
AA1,
that.
AA2, AA3, yeah.
Mhm.
And if the money isn't there, we don't get to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I see that two of them are related to the Maine Natural Areas Program. So if that were to be moved to IF&W, then that probably would be, we'd remove that from the supplemental budget.
Mechanically, I'm not sure how it would work. I'm not familiar. I know you just worked the bill. I don't know if it needs to be added into the bill as conversation. If they were to stay with DACF for 2026 through June, there is some money in 2026 for them. That means DACF across the department has salary savings. You can fund these things in 26. If they move to 27 to IFW, then DACF salary savings with this as it is, wouldn't be able to fund it. So you might want to look at the bill and see if there's a way to address that in the bill, or amend this to say that IFW's personal service savings would be to fund the items in 27.
That's where we go.
Got your work cut out for you.
And we can, it's complicated, so if you want to
Yeah.
talk about it after we can.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that I don't think it would be addressed in the committee report. In the fiscal note, if it does become an issue, I think, OFPR would let me know, but
I only bring it up
yeah,
for the sake of the program. These are items that they needed. If the bill goes through that they move in 27, our language, they're not part of us anymore.
Yeah.
So in 27, what they asked for is not funded. Conversely, if it's not on the bill, it's not funded. So if it's something the program needs and you guys want to address, I think logistically have to try to figure out how to manage that.
yeah, and I can check with the OFPR analysts about that, but really, then it becomes an IF&W committee problem. And it should be, no, I mean,
Well,
but then it would be part of their report back. If MNAP becomes under that department, then that would be part of that department's budget, which that committee oversees, so.
except the timing could be off.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking as if all these things happen sequentially and they do not.
Right.
So under that scenario, the timing is off and ACF would realize the savings and IF&W would not.
Right, so
And yet they would be doing the work. So we don't have to debate it at 5:15, but we do need to figure it out, because if this moves, you're gonna realize the savings, it's gonna move.
It's not a
potentially.
given that we're gonna
Potentially.
realize, right?
Potentially.
So, I mean, with this language, for example, in FY
AA2 and
26, we're
AA3.
talking, oh, I didn't total it.
It's about, well, there's
26.
Right, so if we can achieve
to
through all of these
120,000.
Part As, what it's totaling out to be, then we're gonna have to have a conversation. The commissioner's gonna have to decide which one of these three get funded, because we don't have that much personal. So just because it's in Part AA doesn't mean that it's funded. The potential to fund it is there if we have salary savings. So the same would be over at IFW, if this language was verbatim for 27 in IFW, if they had savings that they could recognize to the tune of what their asks are, then they could fund these things.
Sure,
not
but
without
you have to
something.
make sure that it's referenced in both places, otherwise you're gonna go like this,
Yep.
right?
Well,
So
yeah.
that's just something for us to put as an asterisk, and whether you wanna do that deep dive or not with AFA, whether they're paying attention to it or not, you can let them know ACF is. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, Carrie.
And I mean, and certainly I'll have a conversation with my colleagues at OFPR because we don't know what's going to happen with LD 2118, right?
Mhm.
We don't know what's going to happen with the supplemental budget. So there are moving parts, and at some point, like Senator Talbot Ross is saying, it does need to be resolved. And I don't know if that will be resolved in committee per se. It may have to be resolved on the table at some point, but I think heightened awareness of this issue is always good, of course, and I will talk to Michael Russo.
Yeah, as long as it's noted somewhere,
Yeah.
someone's thinking about it, I think
Yeah.
we're comfortable with letting that go. It's not nothing to, make a case out of, but it does have to be reconciled. We'll trust that you understand the best way to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the memo, the report back memo to AFA, if the committee wants to sort of note that and, and just bring it to their attention, you have memorialized that this is an issue, and whether it's under the purview of ACF committee or IF&W committee, or, just kind of getting it on paper that there's this issue that needs to be resolved, and they'll have that report back. That's another way to sort of get it on the record, so.
I appreciate it. I feel like we're fading, or at least I'm fading. Okay. And I think the way it looks now is that this is our work for Thursday afternoon, and that probably works out. Senator Talbot Ross, we did learn that there's going to be something that's going to be revealed in DAF's testimony tomorrow in AFA that might affect this. And so we might continue working the budget next week.
Not Thursday.
Well, Thursday, but then there might be something that comes out in the public hearing
Okay.
that happens on Friday that will require us to take an additional vote next week.
Okay.
And just so everybody remembers, we're not meeting Tuesday next week, but we will be meeting Thursday next week. Okay.
Thank you
Further
very much
questions?
for-
Yeah, thank you so much for
ladies.
staying late. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hanging around all day.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
I have a dumb question, but
Oh, yeah. You want to ask it on mic, or you
has
want
nothing, no.
to? We like to get all Timmy's dumb questions on mic.
I think you're making a judgment.
On the microphone, I'm just going to ask, will our binders stay here? Or I know we share a committee room because I'd like to go through it and I don't know where the binder's going to live.
Back in that box.
Back in the box.
It has our name on each one.
Okay.
Right here on the right.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to go through it before Thursday.
Yeah, so you'll need them on Thursday, and then I think I will ask Ashley to bring them to AFA. So you have it Friday afternoon, and then you can throw the testimony in here as well, and we can work on through hole punching everything. So anyway.
Thank you, everybody. Is there any motion to
I make a
adjourn,
motion.
Timmy? All those
On
in
my-
favor?
Nope, Senator Black may
Senator
have a
Black, do you
comment.
want to talk on mic? Yeah.
So Thursday, all we're working on is budget.
That's my question.
Yeah, I have not met with the chairs yet about the schedule, but there was the idea of maybe having a work session on 1054, the bill that we heard today about tribal conservation easements.
The water thing.
There was a question about surface waters. I think, yeah, I think that relates to the Great Pond
Yeah,
law
I-
under 10 acres.
I just, you need to know whether I got to research that between now and Thursday or whether it's going to be.
Representative Dill?
I did ask IF&W and they said it was under another Title 33, maybe it was.
Yes.
And it is the Great Ponds Act and it's 10 acres, et cetera, but they have all the information that is needed.
So it sounds like we could do that on Thursday.
I would prefer to do it on Thursday and get
Yeah,
the work done. Yeah. So Representative Cooper, we would do 1054 on Thursday. They have information for you that should be shared with the committee. Thank you. Thank you all for a great afternoon, albeit a long one, but get home safe to all of the folks who hung out with us. Get home safe, stay dry and warm, and we'll see you back here on Thursday. Good night, everyone.